fairly well lit area if the lights are all turned on. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true then also that the kennels have lights, both fan lights and overhead lights?
That's correct.
So if you're down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any, street lighting or anything like that, the kennel area and the hangar are all brightly lit with like fluorescent lighting.
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to see the lighting if you were at the Murdaugh house? Would you be able to look down if it's nighttime? Would you be able to look down and see the well-lit area?
You could, yes.
All right, so we're on June 7th. What's the last communication you have with Paul?
That phone call.
And
phone
you
call
go to
and
bed. Sorry, go ahead.
The phone call and the Snapchat.
And you then go to bed that night thinking it's just any other night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to it, but you were woken up at what time?
It was around 10:30. Between 10:30 and 11, my mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle. So I tried to call Paul and text Paul and didn't get a response. So I got in the truck and rode over there as fast as I could.
And at the time, were you living fairly close by?
I was living closer to Alameda. It was probably a 20 to 25 minute drive to Moselle.
When you arrived at the scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area. And so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around. And
when you arrived, what did you observe?
Oh, when I got there, there were a lot of first responders out, and I could see two bodies laying, one by the corner of the shed and one by the feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And by the time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area.
They had.
But you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of stand around back there.
That's correct.
And even though it's set further back, you could still see sort of the scene.
Yes.
Who was there with you when you arrived?
When I arrived, it was myself, Alec, Randy, Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball, and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you testified to it, and it's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset, right?
Yes.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
Yes.
And I think you said you hugged. Is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you twice?
The boat wreck. The boat wreck. The boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson?
I do.
Friends with him as well?
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is, two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area, his
Right.
trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was,
Friday?
yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle, can you see in detail at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights and you could tell that the lights were on and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you
So
could
just
see.
the roof and just the lights?
That's right. You
Okay.
could, you noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay. And going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the dove field.
That's right.
Okay. And did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
So not quite sure what's going on. I just kind of got in. I'm not even sure who's talking. It sounds like the prosecution was with that case or was questioning. At least it sounded like it. He's up next. What does Mike see?
Everyone, be seated. Mr. Harpooling, do you need any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdoch?
Is he coming up? Holy shit!
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. It hurts my feelings, but we don't need any break. However, Your Honor, he does need to visit the restroom before we start this process.
All right, we'll take a recess about 10 minutes.
We are going to be hearing from Alex Murdaugh. Everything is going to be on the table. The financial crimes, everything, even the roadside shooting. Am I hearing this correctly? Are we about to witness the dumbest decision Alex Murdaugh can make? I've told you he was arrogant enough to be put on that stand. He probably weighed the pros and cons and figures that this is worth the fight as opposed to the financial crimes, because at the end of the day, if he can't get past this, who gives a damn about the financial crimes, right? He's going to be up the creek without a paddle. Holy crap. Holy crap. Am I watching this? Am I hearing this correctly? Am I hearing this correctly? We're about to watch. He thinks he can beat the prosecution and win the jury. He's not winning the jury. He is so, I can tell you if I was on, I think all of us can tell you if we were on the jury and we heard what we heard, I would doubt. I mean, I don't even believe Buster's statements. I don't believe them. So I'm in shock. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to double duty here because I've got a meeting at 2 and I don't want to bring the live down at 2 to take my in my conference, my virtual conference that I have. And I'm trying to find the attorney that sent that to me so I can make sure we're still on, obviously, for today. 2 p.m. Yep. So anyways, what did we learn? Can somebody kind of brief me on what transpired while I was gone? I've missed probably a little under an hour of testimony, and I don't even know who that gentleman was on the stand. Was that gentleman the first witness, or was that the second witness? Yes, Kathy, Tracy, that is correct. He's going against counsel's advice. I guarantee that. That is correct. Truth we hide. I truly believe that he is out doing this out of he knows he's in trouble, and he's probably yelling at his attorney saying, I can't believe you did this, and I can't believe you did that. If you did this, you did this, you did this. But he's also an attorney, and he knows these things happen. He knows that when you start asking, I can guarantee that the majority of the questions they were asking were with him probably pushing. I know that there's been times where I've made my attorney do some things, and he's like, look, it's a double-edged sword. This could come back and bite you. And I was adamant that he needed to move forward with it. And quite frankly, in a couple cases, it worked well. In one case, it didn't work well. It was the double-edged sword that the attorney stated it would be, but it was so benign, it really didn't matter. But I've had both situations where I've acted in an attorney's advice and outside of attorney's advice, and actually had my attorney, because at the end of the day, the attorneys work for you. They can give you their suggestions just like a doctor, but at the end of the day, they work for you. And as long as what you're asking of them is not a violation of law, it doesn't go against their code of ethics and conduct and things of that nature, they can't really tell you no. They can say, we can highly advise against this. But I can tell you, he's up the creek without a paddle right now where he sits. He's a sitting duck. He knows he's a sitting duck. We have watched this trial go on. We have watched this trial unfold before our eyes. And the one that sealed the deal was the OnStar data from Jim on his Suburban. Unfortunately, it is what it is. There's nothing that he can do about it except this: go on the stand. And he's got to weigh his pros and his cons, which I'm sure he weighed them. And the bottom line is personally for me, if I was fighting for my life, for my, those financial crimes will only give him so many years in jail if convicted. This crime can give him the rest of his life in jail, if not death. But I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, the death penalty was taken off the table for this yahoo that gunned down his wife and his own son. Those types of crimes, I feel, should rise to the level of capital punishment. I am sorry. If you take your own family member out, not some stranger you don't know, your own family, and this is one where he raised his son. His son was 22 years old. 22 years old, raised his son, and then kills him. But he has to weigh the pros and the cons. What's worse? Is it this murder trial, or will it be the financial trial? His case here is folding like the house of cards, like his financial crimes did. And he is right now doggy paddling. You can see on his face, you can see on his attorney's face, this case is not going well. But that's the problem. When you commit a crime, it's kind of hard to put reasonable doubt in the jury's mind when you're guilty of the crime. If you're guilty of the crime with all the stuff out there this day and age, and not only that, but it was somebody that they both knew. The only time that you can get away or even come close to getting away with murder is if you don't know them. That is the easiest way. Unless you're a child, then you just go into a garbage can and just never be found again, and parents walk free all the time. But let it be a human, let it be an adult, screw the kids, right? I mean, seriously. That's how I feel that some of these jurisdictions are. I mean, I really do. So Nathan's brother, Nolan, who's Nathan? This was Paul's best friend and first witness. Oh, gotcha. I got to tell you, I got some chemical burns on my scalp, and they're driving me nuts. I've never had chemical burns in the back of my scalp before, but I understand why I've got them, because my crown was the worst part, but I've never had chemical burns before. Seriously, I can feel them. What does it say here? Pure Country. He was Paul's best friend and helped out at the house with keeping with the ducks. Open this up. Hold on, let me open this up bigger. There we go. I can read. Look at He was Paul's best friend, and he helped at the house with keeping up the duck pond, etc. The judge spoke to him and told him what his testimony means in this case. The judge spoke to him, and what did his testimony mean in the case? I'm curious. Should I go back? I don't want to go back, but should I listen to that? He can refuse to answer a question. He will be held in contempt of court if he refuses to answer. Is he hoping it will help his appeal? I don't know what is up Alex Murdaugh's sleeve. I can tell you he is a seasoned attorney. And you know, when you're a seasoned attorney, yeah, it can, you think outside of the box. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish other than trying to clear his name, because he's had a horrible, I mean, at this point, he has nothing to lose. I have to be honest with you. And I think that's what he's thinking in his mind. I have nothing to lose. Right now, the case is not going in his favor. Anybody watching this case can determine that this case is not going in his favor. With that being said, financial crimes set aside. Again, he literally has nothing to lose at this point. And I said, you know, I didn't know if he was going to go on the stand or if they were going to see if they could kind of guide the conversation. You know, they wanted the court to order. They wanted the court to order what they could, you know, the scope of questioning, especially related to the financial crimes. And the judge said, no, I'm not doing that. You know, the prosecution, excuse me, i.e. the state said that, no, you know, if he goes on that stand, he's basically fair game. And I have to agree. And I did agree when this was going on. Yes, if they lose, then they can try. If he loses, there's appeals out the butt anyways, whether they're legit appeals or not. There's strategic appeals throughout this entire process that if he is a not guilty person, he does have a way to get out upon appeal. Some people have been let out or had to be retried based upon technicalities that happened and procedural issues that happened during the trial. I think this judge has been ultra fair. I think he's followed the law very well on both sides. I can kind of tell that this judge, he's not giving any leeway to the defense. You know, there are discretionary orders and things that the judge can do discretionary, you know, in discretion, but he can't do it when it prejudices the other side, just like he can't do something if it prejudices the defense side. So, you know, he's playing the ball game fairly, and I like the judge that he is playing it fairly. So we have seen absolute bias on the stand from judges in the past. It's a disgusting, horrible thing to watch. But it has happened. And those court hearings that have appealed because of those have been successful because of the bias of the judge. We heard in this morning, if you were joining me for the coffee club. Hey, Kathy. If you were joining me in the coffee club this morning, we talked about Richard Allen with the Delphi case and how the judge had to recuse himself off the case. Judges don't typically recuse themselves, but unless they have to, if they know the defendant, if they can't, you know, if they have their own bias within them, they can't proceed over the trial. And I hear that this particular judge was brought in for this case because there wasn't any judge that didn't know the defendant. I don't know how true that is. I don't know where this judge came from, but obviously he's highly qualified. He's been very fair. Alex's case is not going well for him. Again, what sealed the deal, it wasn't all the witnesses, you know, and I'm going to dovetail over to the Idaho 4. Everybody's saying Dylan is the star witness. Dylan will never be the star witness of the Koberger case. Unless she physically saw him stabbing one of the victims, she will never be the star of the case. Just like there was no witnesses that were the star of this case. You know who the stars of this case were? The expert witnesses, the forensic data that they have proffered in this trial. That's the star of the show. That OnStar data from his Suburban, that's the star of this state's case. It is not a person. It is a document or coordinates. That was the star of this case. And it really did a healthy amount of damage because we knew what Alex's defense was going to be. They were going to say he wasn't there, that he was at Alameda. They were going to really stick on that Alameda as his alibi. And with that OnStar data, it just really, we know for a fact he left his house at 9:07 to head to Alameda. We know for a fact he pulled up to Alameda at 9:21. We know for a fact he had 2 minutes at the end of their driveway doing what? I don't know. And we know for a fact he pulled in his driveway back at Moselle at almost 10 o'clock on the dot. Phoenix Rising's another one. The Snapchat video is the star because that really did. You're right. I forgot about that. And I don't know why, because that is a good point. Thank you, Phoenix Rising. But absolutely correct. That video of Paul in the kennel with Cash, his friend's dog, and you could hear Alex Murdaugh's voice at 8:47 when he said to everybody he had not been to the kennels all day. Told one of his friends 3 different times he was never down there. So it is just, I just truly believe he's going to, and mark my words, he's going to make this case 10 times worse. He's going to have arrogant responses. He's going to keep a low, calm demeanor. He's going to try to be friendly because he knows what makes people tick. Remember that. All the attorneys that came up there, all the people that he knew and loved in his family, there was one common theme that they had in mind. And he knew how to turn on the waterworks to get juries to listen in prior cases for settlement. We know that. We had multiple people attest to that. So let's watch this orchestrated game he's going to be playing with the jury. I'm sure we're going to have a lot to say, an awful lot to say. We're going to go back to the courtroom now.
Oh, you do. Absolutely. You may bring the jury.
It's kind of hard not to talk in the dead space because I'm a talker. Maybe we all may be fooled. Hey, Linda Lou, you might be right. But we know he knows how to play the game. And I hope these jurors are taking note of body language, how he talks, how long it takes him to answer questions. If, this isn't a seasoned attorney that thinks very well on his feet, has been doing it for decades. Sorry, I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. And let's get those. We got 151 people in the chat. Let's get those likes up if you would be so kind. Thank you and God bless. Actually, he can't. If he goes on the stand, just Samantha on his own for his own defense, he waives his right to plead the fifth. He cannot do it on the stand. He's conferring with Alec. This is going to be earth-shattering. I can't wait until the prosecution latches their talons onto him. This is almost the grand finale. It really is. What is the fifth? It means that in the United States, I don't know where you are from, May. It means that you can plead the fifth, which it's from self-incrimination. You're not required to incriminate yourself in a crime for testimony, and you usually complete the fifth in criminal cases. However, if you're a defendant and you choose to go on that stand to defend yourself, you are waiving your right to the Fifth Amendment. That means you have to answer all the questions truthfully. And if he is able to do so, then the jury will see it. If he's not, or they believe he's deceptive in any way, he's toast. He's toast now. He's toast now. That's why he's making the leap and deciding against his own counsel to go on the stand to fight and defend himself, because I believe right now he no longer has confidence in his attorneys to defend him. And it's not that they're not doing a good time defending him or giving it a good try to defend him. It's just they have all these obstacles and hurdles to overcome because he's a crook. He's a criminal. And he's been committing crimes for decades under everybody's nose. So I'm interested in this. This is, but I'm not interested into the sweet talk of the defense. I'm waiting for the real deal. And it's when the prosecution starts asking those tough questions and how he is planning on explaining. They will catch him up. They're going to deploy confusion tactics. They're going to ask him questions 3 and 4 times, different ways to get him to show his cards. Watch. It's a sight to see. Good attorneys know how to ask questions 5 different ways from Sunday, and they all be asked differently. Oh, Lord. Larry, Harry, and Mo, right? Isn't that it? So we get to see this. This is going to be interesting. And I don't know what's taking them so long, but I'm sitting here biting my nails. He wants to be in the 4th episode of Netflix. All right, guys. Here we go. We're about to get started. Oh, my gosh, I'm nervous. Well, we appreciate it, Elfie.
Thank you.
All I want to hear is him say he did it, and we can all go home.
Ma'am, you will not be able to sit. You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
Popcorn time.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdoch, wishes to take the stand.
I can't believe this. I didn't think he was going to do it. I really didn't. I really, really, really didn't.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alex Murdaugh, Murdaugh.
Murderer!
Good morning.
Sorry for the outburst. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Why don't they put him on his knees and measure his height?
2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdoch, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdoch, did you take a 300 blackout such as this and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime, ever.
Mr. Murdoch, is that you on the Kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the Kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to Sled Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the Kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot test from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for Sled, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick, just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She
Convincing
did her
language.
thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Who's Paul?
that's Paul, my son Paul Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry. But Mags called him Paul, Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home. And I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah. After work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
Hang on. How did you get to the dove field?
he had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck and you go to the Dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the Dove field and we look, and it was clearly, it didn't, you could tell they were, I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paw, we just rode the property. We spent time together. We
Kind of like the Last Supper.
we rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you,
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paw plant the Dove field and the corn in the Dove field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the Dove field. Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the Dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
no, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small, it's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury's seen, some overhead pictures? It's right there on Moselle Road?
yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. That was, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded the bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands. And what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years, and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Paul. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to
I
Paul?
wonder if he's thinking about what he did to his son to make himself cry like that.
You couldn't be any closer than Paul.
Yes,
And I,
and
and Buster and I were in awe. He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Paul. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, I mean, Paul's passion. I mean, Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. I mean, he loved to work it. He loved to work with fields. He loved to work with food plots. He loved to hunt. I mean, he'd work on the roads. I mean, he would work on all of it. I mean, he would work on the structure. I mean, he worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, you know, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, knowing, what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there, starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Paul got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that. And Paul got there, very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records, a little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not. But if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however, I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what'd you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June, June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you're outside riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We'd fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and shirt.
When you got out of the shower, and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What's going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
and you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. Our normal, what we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV, if we were in the house, TV was on.
So what happened next, Alan?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something or he was in his room doing something. He was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well,
But you did.
let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster in Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Max and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia to go to the South Carolina. It was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game. and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. It was fairly late into the evening, and after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie.
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
Moselle.
Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think, Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved her. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennel?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Paw.
And did you stay in the house?
Yes,
For how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was. And it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels, and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal. And they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches the chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken. Put it when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them, and they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs, and they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead, but a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it, on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with when I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. The storage room is what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Okay. Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his, what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run. And so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and it ultimately, that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, look, before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis. And we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
And then the two dogs were out.
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on, you saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question was obviously wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it was the golf cart, if you remember, that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull up, pull along the front entrance, and either you come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was.
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't. Even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So
Makes sense to me that he did.
how long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave. Okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, I mean, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, I mean, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, I mean, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I mean, I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama. We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And, but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down. And that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Alex?
I can.
And the red dots here at the that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass. Yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo? Are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe
was-
that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge and like you see I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
right.
I think you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right. Well, let's
So it'd be to the
Let's pull
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a defendant's exhibit 134? See if this is a. So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. It's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go. My dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but their bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there. And then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway. But if you knew under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes,
Okay, and did she let you in?
sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly, yeah, what'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake and I held her hand. And
What kind of condition was she in?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated. And, I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and, upbeat and just, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital style bed or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds.
Right.
And then, but I didn't stay there. She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with. And then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in. And I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when you
Talked to
talk,
Shelly and we watched TV.
now when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And
Okay.
it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. She wasn't healthy. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Alameda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle,
Say that again, Jim?
what exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Alameda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field. There was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go Why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No,
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw. So, no, I mean, number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was. So, no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Alameda, you spent time with your mother and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped?
I
Do you
was
recall?
getting my phone that my phone had gotten, there's a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No,
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
no.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I mean, I thought they would have been back by then, you know, but I mean, did it cause me to go into any, it wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV we had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places, and they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And Alec, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
What'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of. So bad. Can I have some water? Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911. I was trying to tend to Paul. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes. Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
And Paul. Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. So I grabbed him by the belt loop and tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No.
What side of the what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
You know if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
I couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down just around like, I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad. Excuse me. I mean, I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
I'd like to play, Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9. And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
County Communications.
Congressman, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Mobile Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew got out of the car, but right at first, I didn't go, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Keep going, please.
Oh, no, hell no. Do it now, it's fast.
Okay, how do they shoot? Do they shoot themselves?
Oh, no, hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am, they're on the ground out at my kennels.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is he? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, there's here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alex, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me. So like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
It's black. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. So I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media. I mean, it was. I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, we just, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Don.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half to 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that. And I said approximately to her question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. The records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
Say what they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
Then please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about to.
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So,
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not, I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, you know, saw it. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdoch, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house, just to get a gun.
I'm hearing you guys say that they're never going to convict him now. What did he say that you guys feel
What
that
is
he
your
won't be
telephone
convicted?
number?
I still think he's untruthful here and believe he's not being forthcoming.
Just to get a gun, just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Alex, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdoch, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat back. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and should finally.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many. Over the phone. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right. Roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a cold blooded phone.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdoch, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdoch?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Alex, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't I don't think I touched Paw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh.
Okay. And did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that, I mean, I don't believe there was any like formal police reports or that type of thing, but I mean, it had been reported and I mean, it was well known.
So, were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I've never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much and I never thought I'd forget it, but
Part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Paw and wanted to talk to him. And I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm gonna call, I need to call some of my family.
Okay.
On this.
Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Roto?
Rogan. We call him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09, you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat from Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at. A lot of times we got takeout from a lot of times. So I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it? Contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends. So I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to go to the jury room for a break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Cranky Pants and Jennifer L. for the super stickers. Give me just a second. It might be a small disruption. I got to change internet providers here. They're doing work on my lines.
We'll
All right, we should be back up and running. Give me just a second. I got to let the guy know he can work on my equipment. All right, guys. So, all right. So we're taking a 10-minute recess here. I've got to say, I don't think anything really. I did put some decorations behind here. I'm going through stuff. I was trying to. I made a sign for later this afternoon, but I'm not going to be able to go. And so I'm putting all the stuff back. I was putting my signs back into my sign drawer, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I've got Gabby as well as Summer. So I thought I'd put those up behind me. So there you go. That is Gabby. That is the original big, large body, a life-size photo of her that was in the front yard. So I don't know. I don't think he has not swayed me yet. He has not swayed me yet. I know others are feeling a little more confident that he took the stand. Maybe this was truly his saving grace. I just haven't seen it personally for me yet. You know, it's just, it hasn't swayed my mind. But again, you know, when you go out and you are like me, where you deal with so many criminals all the time, you're used to them lying to you. You're used to them being deceptive. You're used to not believing everything you hear. But we do this every day. We're true crime junkies. Those people on that jury stand are not. So are they being moved by this? Right now, it's the defense is asking the questions they want answered. They're not asking the questions the state wants answered. What are some good questions that I would like to know? One is, he's on the freaking stand. Have him come down and get on his damn knees and measure him and see if it measures any of those measurements that their expert put up. Because remember, he only used a 5'2" guy in the drawings. So let's get down to this. Let's make him come off the sand and be put on his knees, and let's measure his height. Let's see if it could have been him, based upon their own expert's testimony. Demonstrate. Bring a dummy in. Demonstrate how you want to flip Paul over. See where he stands. Would he have had blood on his shoes? Would he have had blood on his hands? Describe how you checked Paul for his pulse when you saw his brain laying on the ground. Let's try that for size. How did you do that, Mr. Alex Murdaugh? Right? So I've got a lot of questions here. He's on the stand. He's fair game. Get him off the stand like you have every other witness. Let's demonstrate on him to find out where his hip side is. Let's get down to the meats and potatoes of this. Furthermore, they're talking about the 911 call. That person on that phone did not sound like Alex Murdaugh. It sounded like a woman, which was odd because we've heard the call 1,000 times, and I don't know what it is with the audio, but that sounded like a neighbor or a woman or something. I don't know. And so I actually thought it was a neighbor that may have saw them. Okay. Why did your vehicle stop where your wife's phone was? Yeah, well, it didn't stop. It slowed down, but they did make a point. At what point was it tossed? They're assuming it was tossed when the black light came on, but at what point in time was he on that road? Were they able to get that backlight light, like from it flipping on the ground? Were they able to get that backlight in a time where he was right there? Because if so, that might be what it is. But I couldn't tell based upon the evidence that he was there, right there at the time of the transition. Maybe it's on that timeline they prepared. I'm unsure. Give me a second. So I'm having lines worked on. They put new, as many of you guys know, we went to fiber optic here at, Casa de Bullhorn. We still have our old system still, and I do that for a reason because sometimes, and I've had to use it, like the day that our whole system went down and I had to reboot everything, I had to change from the fiber optic back to the other to run the show. Well, now we've got the fiber optic coming in, but for whatever reason, it's not powering back up. So we're having some technical difficulties. So he's going to check the connections. So hopefully we will be back on the fiber optic soon. I don't think it really matters what internet I'm using on this. I think it's blurry either way because my camera sucks on this computer. And well, I shouldn't say on this computer. Most computers run at 720 and we like 1080 or 4K. And I'm not getting that from here. So the only way I'm going to get that from is if I hook up the computers, which are coming, or not the computers, but the cameras, which are coming. I've got the full HD high def. It's, a little $80 camcorder that just plugs in. I just got to get the proper connections for that. And that'll be here. That'll be that'll be for that. But either way, we'll get this up and running eventually. And I got all my cords for that. It's got to take these. So I got to get adapters for the computer and whatnot. So I would lose it if it states an opening stating he really dodged a bullet. I'm telling you, I still think he's guilty of sin. I don't think that his statement, I think that those tears are crocodile tears. I still think he's guilty of sin. And I'm unsure how the jury is looking, but I know that we have a few in here that are holding out until they hear all information before they make a determination. So what we're going to actually do is after the defense rests its case, we're going to do a poll in here. And we're going to deliberate. We're going to be the jury, and we're going to have we're not going to be where it has to be unanimous. But it's going to be majority rules. So we're going to take a Bullhorn Betty poll to find out if he's innocent or guilty once this trial has wrapped up, and we will see if we coincide with the jury. I'm curious, it's going to be one of those double-edged swords, because if they come back too soon, that's scary. If they come back too long, that's scary, right? Mike Stevens, and man, didn't you change? You thought he was guilty, and now you feel he's not guilty. What made you change your mind, Mike? I can't wait to see the poll. Not poll, P-O-L-L. It's okay, probably on talk to text anyways. I live in the country, so we all get it. We all get a satellite internet. Oh, I hate satellite internet. My aunt has that out. Yes, I changed. That's what I thought, Mike. So what made you change your stance on this? I'm curious, what was it? What was it specifically? Was it something he said when he was on the stand? And if so, what was it? And if you need to take two notes, two comments to do it, because I'm very interested, because you and I are kind of, in sync on a lot of stuff. So to hear you changing, and I'm still staying here, I'm interested in that perspective, in that theory, in that whatever has made you change your mind. I can't go on gut feeling. You got to go on the evidence. So Tammy, I'm interested in what evidence. I think you're still, Tammy, if I'm not mistaken, you're still guilty. You still think he's guilty. Why do you still think he's guilty? Was there anything that swayed your mind now that he's on the stand, taking the stand in his own defense? Do you think that's changed anything? Give me just a second, guys. Let me go check the internet. That ain't good. I don't know if I'm going to get back up and running today. Holy crap. Thank God we have backup internet. Not just backup internet, we have double backup internet because I still have old internet service and I still have my hotbox on my phone and AT&T hotbox on a separate device. So either way, we will continue moving forward with the trial. It will be uninterrupted on your end, even though I'm going a little crazy on my end. I have to be honest with you, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll get it worked out. It's just internet, folks. So let me go back up here because I know that, let me see what, not guilty. Okay, so there's, yes, I changed. So I'm still waiting for Mike to respond. Tammy, he's guilty. Okay, so here's one or the other. Tammy says he's guilty. He guilty. No, it made him more guilty. 844. He does something with chickens. They was shot at 849. He nailed himself more. I agree. But I'm still interested because Mike Stevens and I always seem to be kind of spot on. And so Mike has changed. I think it sounds bad. Mike, are you a guy or a girl? Cause for whatever reason, I always thought you were a girl, even though you took Mike's.
All right.
Don't take that as offense. Sorry. Oh, we might be back on. Hold on.
Please be seated.
You may bring the jury.
We have internet. Yay! We have internet. Well, we've had internet, but fiber optic internet. All right, we're back.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Oh, and before they get started, I just talked to the attorney, and we're moving our meeting from this afternoon to the 9th of March.
You've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except for so much blood. But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie, and then and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's, did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Murdaugh testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else.
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
this is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
Turtle bird's a new free bird.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them
Right.
seen all these records.
You, well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't
You don't remember? Okay.
remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a t-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster and Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
And we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there or took a shower at Alameda or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there.
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that, I knew they were doing it, yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember, I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that, but I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. At that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked. Every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently.
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, And there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And
Well,
so,
you're buying
you know,
TVs
I just
and stuff.
knew that there would be GPS data
Send one
on
over
Maggie's
here.
phone.
Alex, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On
By
June the
SLED?
7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the abduction?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Paul and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that it was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. You know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
Yes, sir.
like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well.
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip,
Told ya.
but I mean,
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And
And
what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And that, how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
So the memorial services?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday. So I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the
Monday.
day after your dad's funeral?
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday?
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that
Yeah,
morning?
well, yeah, where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
So, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and?
That's right.
Okay. And Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad is Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer in Somerville. Yeah, I stayed with them We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby born, beautiful little baby girl, beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, and when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Did you, did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house of Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it. And it certainly wasn't anytime around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. You could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably. Okay. 10 o'clock maybe at the latest. Okay. Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
At some point in time, you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Almeda on the night of June the 7th. Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And
That's a lie.
did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew Sled would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. I mean, it went deeper than that, but I mean, there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly. It was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button down, short sleeve button down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short sleeve button down dress shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve.
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue, some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Reasons for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin,
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
what is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alex, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
All right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
Never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Couldn't. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? And we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be the, all right, so the first week, up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster was Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they'd been so kind to him and gave him, they let him be off just for just a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie's sometimes when I wasn't there. But I was, Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So you're close. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, so were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
So, nothing's really swayed me. I know, Mike, you did a 180. So, very interested. Just dead set, innocent. But just a few moments of testimony. You think you can derive all that and forget about the OnStar data? Forget about.
Let's see. It's 125. What's that? 240. Recess to 240.
The 240s when they're coming back. So I just, I don't know. Nothing he said sways me because I'm already taking into consideration the multiple witnesses, both on the state side as well as the prosecution side or the defense side that went up there and said that were friends of his, that this is, that he knows what makes people tick. We've heard about attorneys working with him and him crying at his closing argument to help sway the jury. So we can't excuse all of those things that help us define personality traits and cues and red flags in the speech pattern and how they talk. But that's if you believe that. Now, you remember, this is testimony from the state's proffering, and now we're listening to the testimony that the defense is putting on. So the defense is trying to show that what they're saying is wrong. But we know right now that every one of us, especially Mike, you're on my morning show most of the time during Coffee Club. And we say there are three major factors in horrible crimes to our children, right? We talk about it all the time. We say, drugs, alcohol, and violence in the home, or a combination of those, or all three. We've said that many times. I guess there are two kinds of people that rule with their heads and people that rule with their hearts. I rule with my heart, and my heart says innocence. Yeah, I don't ever work off emotion. It's very, very bad because emotion depends on your day, right? If you wake up in a bad day, your emotions will be one way. If you wake up on a good day, your emotions will be a different way, all with the same information. That is exactly why I never work with emotion, because it, especially if you want to believe everybody is good, it's hard to, there's I'm skeptic. I'm skeptic of even new people I meet, right? I need you to take a personality test, please. Right? So I don't know. I don't know. And I get you. I get it. I get it. I get it. There's no right or wrong answers here. We're not on the jury, but it's just interesting. So I actually, just curious. I mean, purely curious. But nothing for me personally, nothing has swayed me. Nothing. There's nothing they've said that has swayed me, because I'm looking at Alec in a different lens. I'm already putting up the wall because I know he's lied and tried to manipulate the police. It seems like he always lies and lies and lies until he can't lie anymore. And then he's like, oh yeah, I lied. Right? How many times have we heard that? We heard that we heard him do it in the hospital about the side shooting. So this is not stuff that we have. This is not behavior that we haven't already seen in the past from him. So I'm looking at it from that lens. And when you look at it from that lens and you have already seen the same behavior and the same pattern, it's kind of hard not to be skeptical of literally everything he says. And this is all the information that the jury is going to be working with too, because they've heard the same stuff we have heard. I mean, we've heard a little bit more because we get to hear them arguing the motions outside of the jury's presence and stuff like that. But the stuff that I'm talking about right here really does, it really is part of the trial record and trial transcript. So that will be considered. So if I wasn't looking at him in that lens, if I was really trying to hear him, and it's kind of hard because I already heard all these things, so I already have a bias against him. And so far, he hasn't really convinced me of much. We have never heard anybody on the stand tell us of this nickname that Alec had for Paul. And then all of a sudden today, we hear a name that should go with a grandfather or a great-grandfather being used for his son. And it's like, this is the first that we've heard of this Paw. I don't know. I knew the biggest problem the prosecutor was going to have was no one think someone would do this to their own son after watching chat. That the biggest problem some are having. But we know parents are capable of horrible things. We know that statistically, it's somebody that's going to murder you. These are statistics. This is not made up numbers. I'm not giving numbers because I don't have the specific numbers and I don't want to miss. But we do know that it is well known that when you get killed, if you get killed, it's going to be by somebody you most likely know. So we have that. We have the fact that there were only 3 people heard at the time or near the time of their death, not 4 people, only 3. We have him going by the only one place that they have collected evidence outside of that home on the side of the road. We have him driving, and while the defense wants to act like, oh well, he was just accelerating. There was, when the expert from the state got on the stand, there was a slight slowdown and a slight speed up. Nothing major, but possibly getting in position to pitch something out the window. you'd probably not be gunning it with your foot on the brake. You're probably moving around a little bit. So you would take your foot off the accelerator. You wouldn't be applying the brake, but maybe the accelerator, you just wouldn't be pushing on it. Slow down ever so slightly. You toss, you put your foot back on the gas pedal and mosey on your merry way. If the jurors are like me, they'll never convict him. I don't think the jurors are. Mike, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've already seen polls. People, I would like to see a new poll tonight, though. That would actually be pretty good to see what they think after tonight. But you've been swayed before you even hear the prosecution's side or the prosecution's questioning. Maybe some of your questions will be answered. Maybe when you yourself find him lying on the stand or not being truthful about something, you got to ask yourself why. Because if you take other people's testimony as true and his contradicts it, it's either the person you believed just lied on the stand, or you believe that Alex is lying on the stand. One of them will have to be lying. And it's up to you to decide which one you're going to believe more. But we are going to take a poll, and there is no, there's no duking it out or anything like that. But we are going to take a true blue, honest poll. So everybody stay here after even today wraps up. We've got several more hours to go. I mean, this is kind of like, we're just getting into it. It's only been like 3 hours. Actually, 4 hours. It's been 4 hours because I missed the whole entire first hour. He deliberately inserted the term of endearment, pawpaw. He's an attorney, very calculated, and he knows trial strategy to a T. He trains his clients to do the very thing that he is on that stand to do. And I know that because we've had to prep witnesses in some cases for days, even up to a week, prepping of witnesses, multiple times of meeting with them and going over stuff, reminding them of or giving them the papers that remind them of certain facts and things of that nature. It really is something he has to teach to every single one of his clients that he's going to put up on the stand or that he's going to represent. So let's face it, folks. I mean, this person, we have to take this into calculation. Remember, this is a key element, what he's done, his past, his background, those are key elements in deciding whether he's being truthful or not up there on the stand. Right now, Mike is believing him, and I respect Mike. Mike's been here for quite some time. I have to be honest with you. It's throwing me a curveball, but I'm interested in it, but I want to ask an honest question after we hear the examination and the cross-examination. Once we get a full picture, because I'm telling you, this lunch break, those attorneys on the state are sitting together. They're listening. They're already having people at their office re-listen and take key notes and things like that they need to address for the jury. They're going to be making sure that they have the right exhibits if they need to remind the jury of something. I get what people are saying, and I'm glad people are being open-minded. I really am. I'm just not, I'm not an open-minded person, guys, at least not today. So I own it. I own it. His friend said he didn't know him and thought he did. Yeah, his best friend. How many years? It was like a couple decades at least. I almost want to say it was like 32 years he's known them, but it might be, just like 20 or something. ZA is going to bed later. Is a one. Okay. ZA, you can't, you know how it works. You can't vote if you're not here. You can't vote if you're not here. I'm sorry. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we'll put a poll up after this live ends and we take our personal poll here, but you're going to still have to go and take the actual poll. I'll set a poll up in the community tab and pass it around, and let's see who thinks that this is see if anybody has swayed, see if they believed, we'll take a decent poll and see if some people answer some questions, and we'll be able to calculate how many people have changed from guilty to not guilty, how many people have changed from not guilty to guilty. We'll take some good polls. Hills have no family or friends. That's true. And not only that, but look at all he has already done over the drugs, allegedly. I think there's more to it than that. But people keep asking, why would somebody do this? Well, one, it seemed like the thought of not having his stuff, not having the money, the power. I feel like he would have, that was his identity. That was, if you really want my opinion, I think that was his identity. And the thought of it, Mike, I love your perseverance. Oh, you guys are cute. Just keep it clean, guys. I just don't want I don't want to have any boxing gloves out. Okay. So as long as you guys are being nice and everything, I'm good with it. I love it. I love it. You guys are cute. You guys really are cute. So I love you too. I love you too. Just make sure you keep it nice and clean. All right. Clean. So, but I have to take into consideration, there are a few people, we can't be exclusive. There are some people in here that do not believe he's guilty, for a variety of reasons. They, in all fairness, are in short stock around here. So we have to be nice and allow them their place to share their opinion. I'm just shocked. I think I'm in shock. I'm still pinching myself. I guess, you look at, and I can kind of see it, people are looking at Alec like a family man. He comes from, from what we know, he comes from a good family. He was a respected attorney. Many can say, okay, well, yeah, he did these horrible things. He didn't want to give up his lifestyle. And may even frown a little further upon that than that. But at the end of the day, he coached his son's little leagues. They did stuff as a family every weekend for all the better part. He you guys are cute. Better part of every weekend that they were together for the better part of the day. They chatted throughout, so I can see where people see a family man there, and what family man could do this. But it kind of comes back, because it always seems like it comes back to the money issue, the lack of money coming in versus his expenses probably made him start doing this. And he was probably getting stressed out and started popping some pills here and there. You know what I'm saying? And that became taking over. I mean, I don't know. I'm speculating here. I have no earthly idea whether this happened or not. But I mean, it's possible. So I see where people aren't there. And even Mike was saying, I drank for 25 years and would never consider. Most people don't. But it's hard to understand. Like, for example, how do we know that he was sleeping well? He might have been waking up. How do we know he didn't just crunch up 10 of those things in his mouth? We don't know what was going on in his brain at the time either. Pharmaceutical drugs, in my opinion, are different than alcohol. And in all fairness, if you drank and were a drunk for 25 years, you could have very well have killed somebody yourself. Vehicular, through the cars, if you did that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, raising blame. I'm just giving examples, so don't beat me up. But, there are things that people, had they not been under the influence, wouldn't normally do. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, maybe that didn't happen to you, but could it have? If certain, could it have? And the answer is yes, just like me. Could it have? Absolutely. Absolutely. But for the grace of God, there go I. But something this heinous to throw everybody off so he didn't lose anything. Even if he had to pay back for the financial crimes, this boat accident, if Paul stayed alive, in all fairness, would have taken everything. Lost everything now. But maybe in his sick, twisted, deluded, drug-fueled mind, it made sense to him somehow. We don't know. We don't know. But I see the whole family man thing and seeing that side of him and seeing him and picturing him, playing baseball with his kid. And, how do you raise a child and then do something like this? But I think pressure and stress and fear and being backed into a corner can make somebody do something, anything. We don't know the type of pressure all this had to be building up because we weren't in Alex's shoes. So I don't know. Well, it's lunchtime, guys. I'm going to go grab me a bite to eat. I will play something so you guys aren't bored. And I think I'll play what we played yesterday. No, what do I want to do? I'm not sure what I want to do. I almost want to play the video from yesterday, but we watched that yesterday. So maybe I'll play the initial video with the sled agent because we're going to watch both of them. That's what we're going to do. We should have time. It looks like we have right about an hour, take about an hour. So we're going to do the initial formal interview with the sled agent first, and then we'll go over to the other one that's much longer, and that's when the first officers arrived, because we need to keep this in our short-term memory because he's going to start testifying on facts about this time and where everything was and all of this stuff. He's going to be testifying on that, and we need to find out, is he going to be telling the truth or is he going to be lying? All right, Sean, no need to be bragging over there. If you'd like to ship me a steak, I will happily welcome it. We'll have steak together. I don't think airmail works that quick, though. Okay, let me pull up these video files. Yeah. All right.
All right, sir. I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
All right, Mr. Murdoch, you state your full name for me, please?
Richard Alexander Murdoch.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alex?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdoch?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right, sir. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
I'm so sorry.
And I could see his brain on his. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I mean, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
How about, what's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdoch.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, because I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Anyone in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time he gets
recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out is what I understand. And I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Love?
Will's with an S, okay. Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin? Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. Okay. That's very, he's just a good, helpful young man. You mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird. But he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CB. Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
843-540-9335.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
When did he tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No. But for all his weirdness, I do think they got along pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay. Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard-on for Paul? that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, you know, he got a black eye. And, you know, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, you know, Paul was a real tough man's man. You know, he would
defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
how was he handling that case? Looming over everybody?
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here, because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here.
Okay.
Recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her?
That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. You name it, across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was Fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Before
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or
No, ma'am.
okay.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, you know, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, you know, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and
Okay.
but I don't. There's none that, you know, are near here.
Okay.
What dog appointment? What dog did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
All right. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. 10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I at 10:06. Can I have a piece?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take the coffee.
Anybody else want some gum?
No, sir.
You don't have any water, do you, Danny?
Sure.
That's all right. I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available to act. You know, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's?
Okay, Randy's is 803-8881.
And John's?
John Marvin's is 84308.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay, or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. You know, he's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
About Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person. And they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
You have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay. Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. He laying on his back and his stomach.
Just like he
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
And And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come
I
in?
went to the house,
Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably
Is where it was. Okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close because I
Okay.
came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. So, I'm sorry.
Buster, getting here? Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
We'll get you another one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come see you before we leave.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so that was there we go. Hold on. So that was one. That was one of the videos. That was and I want you guys, because he's on the stand now. He is on the stand answering questions, and I want to remind everybody so it's nice and fresh in your mind what he said the night of these murders. Now, granted, when he got on the stand, he acknowledged he lied. When he's pushed into a corner and has no place to go, he starts confessing. But does he? So we're going to be listening to key testimony from Alex Murdaugh. So let's remember what he said. You guys just watched that. Here's when they first arrived on scene. And this should take us right to about the time that this trial is going to go or come back from lunch. And we're going to be listening to more. Now, granted, I don't know how long they're going to have him on the stand, but I have to think at this point they've got a few more questions and they will be done with him. Maybe they may just keep talking, but I don't think that they would want, either way we look at it, it looks like he's going to be on the stand until the end of the day. Maybe not, but I have a funny feeling he's going to be on the stand. Now, the question is the defense going to speed up so they can catch, because they don't want this delayed overnight. They really don't. They want him wrapped up today. If they delay overnight, it just causes a whole mess of problems for the defense, because it's giving the state an opportunity to review everything that has been said today and find everything and really cross-examine them tomorrow. The defense does not want that to happen. So what they're going to want to do is they're going to want to wrap up so the state can get started and finish today. They do not want this witness on the stand rolling over to tomorrow. They do not. They want him done today. And like I said, if he waits, and they have, and the state still has him and hasn't excused him from the stand, they'll have all night to prepare for their to finish their cross-examination tomorrow. So I think we're going to start seeing the defense kind of speed things up a little bit, because they do not want the state a night to think on it and to cross-examine him tomorrow. That would be a fatal flaw if they do. Let me find the other video. Oops, I just killed the wrong screen. There we go. Let this back up. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what the heck was going on here. For whatever reason, it's only allowing me to stop screen. I should not have to. Oh, there's present. Okay. And video file. Let me find the other video file. Give me just 2 shakes. Desktop. Okay, it's loading now. All right, guys, it is up. So here's when they first arrived.
Central 717 scene is secure. Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
Sir, I want to let you know, because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
And son.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and got. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay. How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But I mean.
Is this firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay. Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
Central House.
Copy.
Kill your front lights, I can't see. Six 5 3 out 7. Enjoy it, sir. Well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal. He's got crime scene. He's contacted them. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents. Roger that. No,
They're dead, aren't they? They are dead, aren't they?
I just turned on those.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like. Yes, sir.
Randy. He's all dead. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now.
Affirmative.
That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them? Or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul? Okay.
Somebody going to check him?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check him?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
I'm sorry.
No. You're fine.
I'm very sorry. Gotta call her parents.
What's her name?
Her name is Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdoch. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay. And what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdoch.
And what's his birthday?
Jason, do you have anybody
4.
coming through town that could stop and pick up that tent? I see lighting off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to. Preserve what we can.
653. Where's it at? I'm in town.
I should try to be Delta 8 because he's going to be the only one that's got access.
What's
to where
Paul's
it is
birthday?
right now.
Copy.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can. That's fine. You said 99?
Sir?
He was born in 99?
He's born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdoch.
Richard Alexander Murdoch?
You familiar with the location?
Sometime in September, I believe, Belinda. It was when he was down in Orlando. He's coming back from Orlando.
No.
Hey,
Cody,
From drug
come
dealer.
around the truck and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then.
There's a set of prints off behind the trailer there.
Yes.
I don't know if it's from
What's
one
that?
of ours or not. There's a set of footprints behind the trailer there too.
Okay.
That's how we kind of step out, stay around this over here, so we can step over anything.
653, 703. Just 8's going to be the last one in and grabbing the tent.
Just go over to that corner of the building.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first and whether or not we're going to handle that part or not.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
But the rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Well, that's right.
Hey, stay here. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want disturbed.
And then I was trying to get the door here so we can kind of get around that way.
Your best way is probably going to be back through those rocks because we can't get any tracks off those rocks anymore.
No, we'll go back around the other way we just came.
Okay. Thank you.
Each name.
Yep. Do you have names or anything for them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get that in a little bit then. That's
Okay.
fine.
What unit's 23 on Moselle? Alpha 7 unit on scene. Are you behind the house?
There's several of us out here. There's a long dirt driveway right next to the mailbox that says 4147, and you'll see all our lights down here at this shed thing.
You didn't come through Brick Collins.
Negative.
Delta 89 on duty. You're out to Moselle.
Delta 8, 653. Come on, CID.
Yeah, sometimes we need to go back to the beginning, back to what was said at the beginning of this, how he was acting, what his demeanor was like, and what purpose did he have to lie?
Said he was calling somebody.
At this moment, what purpose and point did he have to lie?
There's a couple of showcases.
He was, if somebody else did it, he would want to clear his name as quickly as possible so they could get on to the next person. Yes, I was down here. I left. It had to have happened between this time and this time. Just
I wasn't
anything. And he didn't. He chose not to. And we have to ask ourselves why. What was the purpose if he really cared about finding who was responsible for his wife and son?
Anything else you need? I don't think there's gonna be anything from anybody.
What was that?
Cause I'd say.
You said for Evo to do?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Hey, watch your step. Huh? There are.
Yeah.
Okay.
X-ray 1's gonna be route to Moselle Road.
The gentleman in the white shirt is the husband of her, father of him. That is Paul Murdaugh. This is his mother. Paul Murdaugh was that guy in the boating accident from a while back, if you remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
All the lawyers and friends of Alex were
He did have a
contaminating
firearm whenever
the crime
I
scene
pulled
by
up. It's a
walking
shotgun.
everywhere.
It's
Then
been secured in
authorities
my
didn't
vehicle.
secure the scene right away. That is exactly correct. We can definitely acknowledge, in my opinion, that proper procedure was not followed. But did they jeopardize the crime scene so much so that it would point in the direction of Alex
You'll have to give
Murdaugh?
me just a few minutes.
And I'm
to
not
go
sure if that's the case. Does every crime scene unit handle things perfectly? Of course not. Not in any of them. None of the crime scenes we've watched over the last year have done
Can you start a
crime
crime
scenes
scene log, please?
perfectly.
A log started. Sleds on the way. Let's push. Can we run the tape
2007 ready to be
there to there?
Yes.
From that
Give me
last
tape,
pole
go
right
start
there
a log.
to that last
Get a
pole.
piece of paper, start writing names and times. You don't have any kind of paper?
I have a scrap sheet that's got notes and everything on it. I'll just take
Here, borrow that.
that. I can do. If we can push it from that pole to that pole.
Yep. Sure.
We're going to take a break just for a second. I got to show you guys this. This is the reason why I love Marie Callender. Look how toasty that top is. That top's toasty. It came out of the microwave, believe it or not. Anyways, we'll go back. I just thought I should show you that before I dig into it. I'm not really all with the shoe covering. I'm really not.
See some.
I mean, yeah, if they have them, great, put them on, but
Fresh.
it really doesn't make it matter, in my opinion, one way or another. They have to walk. Doesn't matter whether it's the sole of a shoe or a booty, in my opinion. Just think about it. If they walk in a booty, they're still taking stuff on that booty. It's probably sticking to the booty more than it's sticking to their shoe.
I'll just hold the light for you. Go away to that post. Marnie, let's just keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, I think we got it.
This is 5-3, all the responding units to Moselle Road stop at the road. No one else come down the dirt road. Stop at the road.
Sierra 77, probably doing that 66 on 95. Copy.
What's the other way in here?
From back that way, I guess. Where the house is, I guess.
Okay, that must be the way
You referring to the Whiskey Mike, last walk with a key? Affirmative. Do we have anything else?
It's not back yet.
Negative.
I'm watching it. Here it is. It's not back yet. I wish I had that problem, Lady 7-Up. I'm trying to force myself to fast and still can't do it.
Correct.
Like I was trying to say, I have a notepad, it's just I'm using the back side of all the paper, so all the front side of the paper has names and information on it.
Well, you can borrow mine for a minute. It's perfectly fine, Cody.
I just didn't want you to be like, we're also doing fucking paper now. I have paper for calls.
Do you not have any crime scene log sheets? Hey, it's 717. I was asked to give you guys a call.
Have any of those.
Hi. Okay. Okay. I will inquire and I'll get back to you.
All right, guys, there's I'm going to go ahead and pause this. There's movement from the camera inside the courtroom. So might as well put this back up so we can monitor it because it sounds like it's going to be coming on any minute now. I'm just now grabbing lunch, believe it or not. I was meaning to grab it earlier. right, here we go.
Please be seated.
You may bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Murdoch, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021, in your meeting with Gene Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting with Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me previously, Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job, and asked me some questions,
Well, let me ask you
which I understood.
briefly, the Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally,
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
yes,
Should have come to you directly.
no.
Did, when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what'd you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, you know, what is this all about?
Pardon?
Said objection rules 801 and 802, Your Honor.
Response.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce, and the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms. Seconder testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it's John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatments. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario. And that's what it ended up being ultimately. And that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, were you believe at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, I mean, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Mr. Murdoch, on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property that, or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And I mean, Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just set $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above. I doubt the value was that high. I'm just using that as an example. But if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1,000,000 in equity in that Moselle property.
All right. And did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time, I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so $700 and something thousand.
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder around June 7th, 8th?
Maggie's, yes.
How so?
Because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name. So I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do is get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So, I mean, she signed the papers. When Maggie wasn't here, there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Okay. Was there a hearing scheduled in the boating lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week?
Yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony, and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about. I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. I mean, Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller, and Amy Bauer were representing me personally, and Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, you know, I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I'd already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because.
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you. Was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No, I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, you know, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
A financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get your current balance of your retirement account?
You know, I don't remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did. And because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, you know, because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office. It was doing it. And I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, or paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Alex, jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
How did you get in such a financial predicament that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
No, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, you know, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills. I got in a spot I couldn't.
Now, what type of addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to get painkillers.
And when
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general?
Opiates in general.
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4. So I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time. I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, it just escalates. And
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could. Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And is
very good facility.
Jury's heard an audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents. Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootli and I?
That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, there are so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like you're running a marathon, you can't hold your legs still, you can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up, you just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. You're still going through, this physical dependency is gone. You still have, you're still so sick. You just.
Something you've been battling for quite some time?
As long as I can remember.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
I want to ask you questions about Labor Day weekend 2021.
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I do.
And what were you confronted about?
Stealing money.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partners, Danny and Randy.
Did
admit it now.
and they learned about a fake forge account. Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told him about my addiction. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge. I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I will tell you that my addiction was extremely, extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir. I was successful.
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did you resign or were you forced to resign from a law firm?
Absolutely.
And then on Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th. Yes, sir. I remember.
And what happened?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I had taken. We didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes,
and did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at detox and rehab to help pay for it.
And what was your immediate plans after? I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to do anything? Have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
Okay. And did you?
And a good friend.
Did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given when I gave my pills to my brother Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking any more. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking. So I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet did the person you called bring you more pills?
I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris and after, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore. And instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy, or did you want
as a sympathy ploy?
Yes, sir. Why did you ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith.
And did he in fact shoot you?
He did.
And where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you shot in Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road. It runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. I mean, I'd been through so much. At the time, in the bad place that I was, it seemed like the better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but
right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh, yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
And who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
How much life insurance did you have?
I had $12 million. I had a $4 million policy and an $8 million policy, a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
No.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. I mean, she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me, I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything, ever. Fun, playful. I mean, she had a laugh that, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. Had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she would just do it, it just melt you. She was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had two boys. And I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding four-wheelers and hunting and fishing. And I mean, she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding four-wheelers and, I mean, doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl. And you heard Marion say, I mean, she'd love to do those things with her nieces, but I mean, she threw herself into her boys' life. I mean, she never took not working for granted. I mean, she might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. She wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. I mean, her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw, Maggie got in trouble and Paw got in trouble. And just pregnancy didn't suit her. So we decided that, you know, we would just have the two boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterbur and fit in. Everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
Would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Paul, I mean, Paul was just the brightest. He was bright. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing. He was a man's man. He was 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool. I mean, he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home where he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset. I mean, 22-year-old people, you know, do stuff like that. I mean, he was such a special boy. He cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I would challenge you right now. I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you, and he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Paul might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But Excuse me. Excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends, and he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paul, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, learned, Paul would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present. Appreciate things around you. At 22 years old.
Alex,
He's the most special boy.
do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
Here comes the drool in this pot.
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we'll take a we'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
I am sorry, but that drool was just a little too much for me. Okay, I'm not sure about you, but that was just a little too much. So we're here, day 23 of the the Murdaugh family trial. I am kind of blown away.
Discuss your testimony during the recess, 10 minutes.
I'm a little blown away that Alec did get on the stand. I know people are kind of there are some people that I believe some of the stuff coming out of his mouth. I do. And I've been pointing it out as I see deception. There are some things that he's just being deceptive about. When he talks about his wife and his son, yeah, he's pulling off a memory. What I'm noticing though, and you might want to pay attention to this, when he was talking about Paul specifically, you can go back, we got 10-minute recess. He wasn't really looking at the jury. He was looking over. He was looking over and up. In my mind, that is a problem for me. So he wasn't coming from memory. I mean, he's being asked specific questions and he's having to think how he's going to answer it. And that was a little problemsome for me. But again, that's, I'm not a juror. Mike, I agree with you. A lot of the stuff he's saying is true. That whole slobber thing is, I'm sorry, trial strategy. I don't care what anybody says. That's trial strategy. If he can do it, he's going to do it. And one thing I did see is I noticed that in a couple of instances, he would talk and kind of pause and look at his attorney like, ask me the question. And that's a problem for me as well, because that means that a lot of this is scripted. And I don't like that. If the jury saw that, we happen to see that because of the angle of the camera. But did the jury see that? I don't know. I think it's really crucial that they gave the prosecution the opportunity to go today with this, because, tomorrow they're going to have all night to prepare. But so is the defense. This defense will be able, their attorneys, he's in active trial. They can have a private room at the jail for them to be working on this stuff. So he's also got a day to prepare for the prosecution in this matter. They're covering a lot of ground. I think the stuff that he is being truthful with are things that were already proven not to be true. And that is another problem. You know, he hasn't admitted anything. He lied and lied and lied until it was proven that he was lying. Then he comes clean with only to the extent of what they uncovered, never any more. So I'm just having I'm conflicted. I don't believe a lot of his testimony. I do believe, but most of the testimony that I do believe really doesn't help or hurt his case, in my opinion. It does try to humanize him more or less. But in my opinion, in the grand scheme of things, when people go back, because remember, the prosecution comes after this. Will they forget the majority of his testimony because they went too long today? They were talking about stuff that really didn't matter. And when the prosecution gets a hold of him tomorrow, they're going to be peppering him with hard-hitting questions, not this stuff about, you know, what was your relationship like with your wife and son? They're going to be asking, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? What time did you get to the kennels? Now that we know that you lied about the kennels, you know, what time did you leave the kennels? What specific time did you leave? And exactly where were they standing when you left? You know, there's going to be, I foresee there being some really very fine details that the prosecution is going to want to know. And I'm interested in how the defense, I expected to get when divided, Betty. I know it is dividing, but hey, good. I'm glad it makes for a great debate though, because, you know, some people have heard some testimony, but, you know, I still think that there's still a lot to go here. I mean, we heard, and that was one of the purposes of me showing the videos of Alec that night. On our lunch break, I showed you guys his interview in the car where he answers questions where he lies and lies and lies. And then we go over to the initial, you know, officers coming on scene, and we hear his statement, and he goes right for the boat accident. And I'm curious as to why nobody's brought up yet how many you know, complaints that they filed at the police station for all this harassment and you know, him getting hit and punched and beat up and stuff like that. How many reports were filed at the police station on that? You would think that if it was a direct relation or correlation to the boating accident, they would want to document that, you know, to show the jury what they have gone through since this accident happened, especially if Mark Tinsley was not going to just take the insurance proceeds and leave. He wanted to make Alec pay for what his son did. And he worked very hard for his clients. But again, you know, I still think they're blowing it off. Oh, there's another thing that I even wrote a note so I didn't forget to talk to you guys about it. So when they were talking, this is what's making me know he's not truthful. When he was talking about, was he concerned about the motion to compel discovery? Was he worried about that? And he's basically, oh no, they'll, you know, the last thing that they'll do is turn over bank statements and stuff like that. That was a total lie. That was a total lie. If they're claiming he's hiding money and they have a strong enough argument, that judge will absolutely order those documents and not just a financial statement. And I know that for a fact because even in a civil case, I'm going to have to go grab this, guys. I'm going to do this. I think I know what it is. Even in a civil case, it was eviction. It was an eviction case. And because there was an order for the financials, for the bank records and everything like that. and that they failed to provide those. And that once they failed to provide those, there was a warrant out for that guy's arrest. We had a warrant out for his arrest on a motion to compel financial documents. So don't tell me that that doesn't happen. I know for a fact it does. I'll be right back. Sorry. I'm live. Yep. That was the same place it was. It was just now it's front yard instead of open around. I'm doing a trial, Alex Murdaugh trial. So I'll come by after. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to mute. I put the camera off instead of the thing. It was my neighbor. He was coming to check out the work from Verizon on the new cable line. And for those that are just tuning in, I had to change over to my alternate cable or internet because they were fixing my lines. They had to be buried underground. I had just got new cables in like a month or so ago, and it had to have been like 2 months ago. I can't remember exactly when it was, but I've had at least 2 billing cycles. I know that. And my line's been laying on my yard, and I've got an idiot for a lawn guy, and he'll run right over it. And so I haven't even been letting him mow the yard because I don't trust him. He's cheap, but I don't trust him. Is that bad of me to say? I'm not calling his name out on YouTube though. I'm not doxing him or anything like that. But I'll tell it to his face. I think I have. Greed can make people do the other thing. I think it was a combination, SB, because I don't think it was just the greed. I think it was the greed. I think it was not only greed, but the drugs too. Like and when he was talking about that, those are some things that and you could tell the difference in his speech pattern and how he spoke when he was telling the truth. I don't think he realized that. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys, well, I know some of you guys picked up on that. But there was a clear difference of when he knew something, when he was confident in what he was saying, and when he wasn't. It was in some spots, it was very, very obvious for me. But for the most part, I mean, so far they really haven't still haven't swayed the needle because they're talking about more emotional stuff. They probably are hoping for a bunch of Mike Steve. Mike, don't hate me when this is all over with. Please don't hate me. I love you. Oh gosh, Mike's gonna send me some hate mail. But it's been great. It's been great. But I just think it's interesting. I still don't get it yet, though. I still don't get it. I still don't get it yet. I just don't. I don't see where this has kind of swayed the needle for me. But I'm a skeptic, right? I don't like the guy. I think he's a dirtbag. And they painted this picture of him being a dirtbag, but it's the OnStar. I mean, even if I took all of my for him away, it's like when I come back to the single key piece of evidence that was solid evidence, not emotional, not feel good, not feel bad, but real solid evidence, it's the OnStar. And so far, they haven't swayed me one bit with the OnStar data in conjunction with the rest of the timeline items. When they started going through that timeline, that they have not been able to convince me, or they haven't satisfied me that timeline is inaccurate. And as a matter of fact, every time they had one of the expert witnesses up there for the defense, they still never could dispute any of that data. To say it was wrong or not in the right sequence or you know, they're like, oh yeah, well, if that's what that report says, then I have to agree with that. And it's like, that's the stuff that I can't get off of, even with anything. That is the key thing for me.
You may bring the jury.
Defense counsel is studying hard across that table, trying to make heads or tails of him. He's scrutinizing the state's counsel, see what they are up to.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Please, court. Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
Now that he's caught.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And that you were stealing from your law firm.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right. Sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdoch Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdoch Jr.
And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he
my
solicitor?
granddad. Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was
Okay.
the longest serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes. You know, I
So he
loved
was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that. Is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine man.
Yes, he
And an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the essential part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just a central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006,
1920,
1920.
2006, 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law
The
firm.
law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right. So 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Moss & Kuhn, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in
Answer my
1994.
question, if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Moss & Kuhn. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so. Yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Heard your former law partners say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
Yes, sir. That's part of it.
That's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? What just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I handled some very big cases. You know, I had a lot of cases where, you know, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right, so the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiff's work, all plaintiff's work, correct, for your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, I mean, no, sir, not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
from their, essentially their computer.
Phone Star data. I've had data from the black box, you know, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean, many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when'd you start with the law firm?
August or September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we've talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did. Yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
I
prominent.
asked you if you thought if people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir, I
People
definitely
view
don't think
your
that.
family is prominent in this community.
Prominent, as in,
It's not a hard question.
well, I'm just not sure, you know. I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought
Very
of?
prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships. Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
Professional
prosecutor,
associations with law enforcement.
as a prosecutor, or as a civil attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that. Right. But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton.
Right.
So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father.
Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir. At times I did.
And
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going. I'm sorry.
2021. I'm sorry. Until 2021. From 1998 to 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury. I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember. And
You had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time. Is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time. Yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was at some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still a part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
Giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them. Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
I'm sure that at some point between 1998 and 2021, that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that. And I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. That fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's big.
And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah. That you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you
Yeah,
agree with that?
that's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree
question.
on that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as
Sir.
you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of
And
what
that
you
is
do.
an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare for, in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction because in civil court, you have the deadlines. And so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial. Or, you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Good.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right. You don't think they're generally consistent with one another. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Ms. Waters, I'm just trying to answer your question.
All right.
And so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
And what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right. Thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And that included, obviously, for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the
The
breadwinner. in
primary
large measure?
breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of, I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, I mean, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So,
So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that.
yes,
correct?
sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the bag.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes,
I'm going to show you what was in bag 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right, what is that?
Which one?
570, what is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right, and then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 571 and 570 in the evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Yeah, the Elmo, please. Now the screen, please. And 571, where'd you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all over. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
All right. And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
I mean, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when You're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir. I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as a assistant solicitor for 2 decades roughly?
From
And
around
sometimes-
98, so
is that
yes, sir, for
correct?
2 decades.
And you would ride with it sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so but you didn't consider yourself law enforcement.
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement. No, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over. I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't. I certainly don't recall taking one. Like, so going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your hand and saying, "I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity." You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Are those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right, and at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just going to see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right, and it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to
All
look
right.
at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right?
Mhm.
And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdoch was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So deputy solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor, unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says deputy solicitor, but deputy solicitor is a higher rank than assistant solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with you. And that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking the oath. And then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says deputy solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does. You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That
It's
would
not
be,
focused very well.
that's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better, there we go. All right. So the one on the top was what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's unexpired, the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on that got taken in on June the 7th. I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January. So I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years. And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls. And I believe in Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
And I believe in Allendale, it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed in my vehicle. And he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
I'm gonna show you just real quick what's been marked as States 507. See if you recognize that.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was, found it. And that's a picture.
Your Honor, Dr. That States 507 in the evidence.
Judge. Submitted.
You testified some about this that later.
Boat case being.
The boat wreck case. We agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case, February in 2019.
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case,
Okay.
but when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Paw Paw.
Okay.
So, but there also the civil case.
All right. Paul, that was your nickname for Paul?
I mean, I called him Paw Paw. Maggie called him Paw Paw. Bus calls him Paw Paw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Paw Paw. I mean, that's
Roro.
not.
Who was Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Paw Paw during that?
I don't know
Do you recall?
how I referred to. I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation, or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Paw Paw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
In
called
all
him
the
Roro
recorded statements.
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
All right. Well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case. Okay. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I acting in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offer states 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Submitted.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out of your pocket. You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. Why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did I
want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want?
When?
Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Now, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
the elected solicitor?
There was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to around the time prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew I had an addiction.
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
No, I don't remember. I don't even remember having my badge.
Do you remember going around talking to the kids, the other kids that were on the boat?
Yeah, I talked to some of them.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
All right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out when something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge. And I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. Did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you notice that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right. Well, you never use these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that is hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that.
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right. So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, that's just not, that's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge. And I specifically remember, I'm sorry, go ahead. You can ask
You specifically remember what?
That like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that that was not truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad. And she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you're wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did learn of that.
Even more stuff we didn't know about. An investigation was open into his conduct that night.
I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that.
Did
on June the
You
7th.
mentioned Andy Strickland. Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job? As sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, I mean, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend,
Sure.
all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
So, yes, sir. I mean, I considered Andy a friend.
would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted, that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Anything further?
I mean, the question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June the 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir. Not
You haven't
as we-
gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your
pills
opiate
was-
addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
It was certainly a cause, yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
No, do you
reason
disagree if that was true?
that they thought that my partners thought that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate
Was
you.
what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
What date?
All right. Well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case.
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdoch. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 331. Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones. I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The 800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean.
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
If that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But
And
you
so-
understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time.
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
All right. Well, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of a check. So that's December 20th. So that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
I know, Mr. Murdoch, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases,
To the comment, Your Honor.
you testified that you would like to just admit that. And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I have sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically in some instances what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is, It's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point, is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. I can say I did wrong. I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at stage 330. This is Arthur Badger in the UPS case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right. Was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Is it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
Sure.
Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was a defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did. Yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I would have, I believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back, state 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
You remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right. Well, let me show you stage 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement. Is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Mm-hmm. Or did you take more?
Oh, no,
from?
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic.
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic.
unfortunately.
Thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
No, sir, not off the top of my head. I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
It was over $1.3 million. Would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
That's not how I would characterize it, but
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize
gonna-
it as wealthy.
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
Yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million.
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy.
Is this a hard question, Mr. Murdoch?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue, if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No.
All this stolen money?
No, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills. And I know that, I don't remember in 2011 if I just can't remember those land deals. But, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Plowlers?
They were two young girls from Columbia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case related to that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement, and I know it was a very good settlement, but.
Millions of dollars?
Oh, yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, 2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
All right. And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that it was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay. And who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plowler Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plowler account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it.
I mean, there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowlers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plyler account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that. But
Dispute that there were emails to that effect?
not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, you know, I mean, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Flyers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You
Yes.
take issue with that? You take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plyler girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them that.
Russell to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
Okay. One thing's clear, you never told this to the Plyler girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be, I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before, the UPS guy?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account? Do you understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony, and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe, an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything
I'm not here to
And-
talk
and
about
what-
that. I'm just talking about
but-
what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte. And what I want to let you know is that I did this. And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
Asked you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right, so you send him an email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters.
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay,
I
you don't
don't
know.
dispute what's in those emails as far as, or text, as far as what I told Russell and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts or emails.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan, or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls without their knowledge? Does that sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records. But I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I believe I had a loan. Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that. And I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever. And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowlers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money, and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a
No,
coincidence?
why you applied it to the Plyler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere. And if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today? Because you
I've
keep
never-
giving the same one over and over again.
I've never practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions, and I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered in evidence as states 321. You recognize generally that document.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Dion Martin case.
What happened to Dion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Did you know his family
When he got in the wreck,
prior to him getting in the wreck?
I knew who his family was prior to getting in the wreck, but after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Came very close with his family. And Dion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Dion was hurt bad. Yes.
Including an injury to his head.
You know, I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Dion having head injury. I believe Dion had orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Dion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Dion's case, but I know I met with Dion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that. I mean, his dad's one of the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close with the parents?
I consider Dion's, yes, I think the world of his dad and his mom and Dion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Dion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it was $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million. I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million, and I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, correct?
It appears that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the envelope up and then I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I?
Yeah, why'd you put that $500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
you don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to that top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made to, Forge, as you've heard, to steal that money from Dion Martin
All right, down at the bottom.
that I shouldn't have.
Is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side?
It,
You dispute that?
no, I don't dispute that.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin and gone over this document with him and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin, but I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it, even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people. I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people.
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
There were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion on a.
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdoch?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You can't remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversations. But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdoch. You've said that 100 times, haven't you? But you can't recall for this jury one of these people looking them in the eye while you lied to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise you.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Well, here. Here you go, Mr. Waters.
The point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdoch?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but here's.
You don't know that either, do you?
Here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion. I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't we, Mr. Murdoch?
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were,
I
you know what?
know you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And you know, one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt, and that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of. And
they didn't know.
Hang on. I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That
A lot of damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
There's no question about it.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 315. See if you recognize this.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened, though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck.
Did she die?
And she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one
I
at
do.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
All right, and you stole all of the money, didn't you? In this case?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's
credited yourself with legal fees and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that.
All right.
If you
Tell
let
me
see
about, first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
that is correct.
And she came to you for
It was a
help, is
daughter
that
or
correct?
granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. If you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. You don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
So again, you can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay. All right. You just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart.
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me, and I remember them.
Okay. So
But you
can you tell me one? Tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them. Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
All right. What's your question, Mr. Waters?
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can
where
tell you.
what was
Excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients that I cared about. And so I will tell you that I had conversations with them where I misled them and I lied to them and I took their money. And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me,
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdoch?
every single one of these clients, I would have had conversations with at some
It's
point.
fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her on her side. You don't remember that.
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her.
Tell me about one. Tell me how it went down.
Where
Just a moment. We're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves. Case. We'll see you all 9:30 tomorrow morning.
We're just going to wait just for a few minutes. They always seem to come back with something, and just want to hear if they're planning on it. We're looking at, I'm going to blow this up for you. You're looking at Alex Murdaugh. He's not looking too happy.
Adjourn for the day.
From state, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we have two experts we brought in. Basically, one of them last night, and another one came in today from out of state. They're not complicated. One's a pathologist's testimony perhaps take 30 to 45 minutes on direct. I don't believe there's going to be much cross. The other one is a crime scene analyst who's testifying not about the whole crime scene, but specifically based on the pathologist's testimony about what happened in the feed room. Total, it should not take more than 2.5 hours. I wonder, since it's apparently going to go on for a while, if we might put them up tomorrow, either first thing in the morning or at the morning break. That's what Mr. Waters likes to do, to get them out of here. Because I believe his cross is probably going to go into Monday anyway at the rate we're going. It's just an accommodation. They're not controversial. They're not going to opine on who killed who, when, and how. Just the mechanics of what happened.
What says the state?
Your Honor, and I think the defense would have to concede, I've been very as accommodating as I can throughout this, but I do not want to interrupt my cross. They took a very long time today, and the state's entitled to the same consideration without interruption.
Can you project how many more hours you have?
Well, I'm actually didn't think it would take this long to get this far, but I think I've got some more financial to move through, and then we'll get to the other evidence. So
4 hours, 6 hours.
I'm so bad at that, Your Honor. 3, 4, something like that. And if that's out at the outside.
So perhaps tomorrow afternoon we could
Your Honor,
get to 1 or 2.
Again, we could probably do this fairly quickly. If Your Honor, just leave that door open. I'm going to keep them here. But if I have to keep them here over the weekend, the financial impact of that is huge.
I understand the dilemma, but I'm not going to require the state to break up the cross-examination of this witness.
His legs are moving.
You know, as I sit here and listen,
Very nervously.
I could have sworn this was a murder case. For 2 hours now, we haven't heard the word murder once. and not criticizing his strategy. Obviously, denigrating his character is what this is about, but really not relevant to the issue of whether he killed someone.
Credibility is an issue, and as relates to all witnesses in every case. The world adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Well, there we have it. So, okay, sorry, just watching something. So there you have it, folks. This is the interesting part. Alec chose to take the stand, and, you know, he painted a big, beautiful picture about how much he loved his family, and they stayed on that. And I just, don't see how he's helping his case. He did sway, in all fairness, some people. I want everybody to go up. Lord, this doorbell is going to drive me crazy today. I never have visitors. Everybody go take the poll. I will be right back for the last little bits that we have to discuss. Give me just a moment.
The trial that America is watching.
Disbarred lawyer Alex Murdaugh is accused of shooting his son Paul and his wife Maggie.
They're on the ground out at my kennels.
Sorry, guys. Okay, there we go. I got my new faucet, my new kitchen faucet. I ordered it the other day because mine's looking really raggedy, and I'm trying to fix up the house. So I got this on a really good deal, and then we'll get into it. Let's see if I can open this. Yes, we know it's a kitchen faucet. Does not want to open for me. There we go. See, it's black. Nice, huh? So I got me a new kitchen faucet. Got it on a great deal. And so now it's got to be installed. So it's probably not getting installed anytime soon because I've got to install it. And I don't feel like installing it. But I love it and I know I need it. But so I have it when I'm ready. Anyways, I don't know if Alex Murdaugh really did help his case or not. I really don't know about that. I think the sound of it sounded good, especially them getting up there and trying to humanize him and everything like that. But the cross-examination is intense. I can tell you. Unfortunately, he will be in prison for the rest of his life for theft. Mike. Mike's so cute. Just not giving an inch. Mike decided to switch sides and just standing on it and standing proud. I love it. I love it. So I'm just not with Mike. Mike knows that. I think Alec, and I'm not with a lot of you because you guys, I've been watching some of your comments, not all of them, because I really have been paying attention to what's being said and everything like that. But I did look at some of the comments during all of this, and some people are like, I don't believe he did it. I think he had somebody, paid somebody to do his dirty work and, things like that. And I'm not there. I'm still with, he did it. He had the gun. He did this alone. And he, everything really, he has kind of been acting alone. He asked his cousin, or not his cousin. We heard it was Cousin Eddie. They called him Cousin Eddie, but it really wasn't. It was a guy that his dad did work for 15 years ago, and this became buddy. That was his dealer, whatever. But I think he should have known that they were going to be looking at this financial stuff. But what I think the prosecutor is actually doing here is I truly believe he's making it a point over and over again saying, hey, you've done this before, haven't you? Because he's trying to plead with the jury that he's being truthful and honest. And he's sitting down one by one. You sat down with them and looked them in their eyes and convinced them, and he keeps doing that over and over again. And I think it's really degrading his credibility because he has been able to dupe so many people for such a long time that I just feel that he is really, in my opinion, setting the tone that, hey, if you want to believe Alec, fine, but know that he's done this before. So I don't believe he did it. I think he helped himself today. I think he helped himself today. So Tyler thinks he helped himself. I know Mike Stevens, as soon as Alec got up there, I mean, like within 5 minutes, oh, he's innocent. And I'm just still spinning from it. I'm still in shock. So he obviously helped himself today for at least a couple of our people in here. So let me close that poll. And I have to say he may have helped himself. Guys, I'm going to give you guys a few more minutes to get in there. If you've already answered it, then you've already answered it. I'm going to go ahead and close it. It did drop from the original. It started out really strong. So in here, in my class of folks in here, you guys, I couldn't read it past 66% for some reason. I don't know if it's because I don't have the screen open. So it appears that people believe 66. I'm going to see if I can see that poll on. I wonder where I can see that poll. Okay, here it is. Here's the poll. Do you think Alex Murdaugh is guilty of murdering Maggie and Paul Murdaugh? 65% of the people that took the poll said yes, absolutely. 19% said they're not sure, and 14% said no. So the majority of the people in here, and we'll do another poll tomorrow asking who's changed. We'll do a couple of polls. One, who's changed their mind, and just to see a number of who's changed their mind. Yes, I've changed my mind. No, I haven't changed my mind. And then we'll do another poll. Did you believe he was innocent and changed to guilty, or did you believe he was guilty and changed to innocent? So we'll get out 3 polls tomorrow while we're doing this and see where everybody lands on tomorrow's poll. So I just want to thank everybody that came here and watched. We had a very, very long day. I did speak to the attorney I was going to step away from here and take my meeting on the phone, but we've actually changed that meeting to March 9th. March 9th, we will be having our phone conversation, which is good for me. Actually a little bit better than today. I was so crunched for time. It gives us some time to get some support from real people that can help. And it also gives us some time to get a better presentation together for the attorney because, you guys know how busy I've been. And I don't expect it to stop now. I work freaking nonstop, literally non-stinking stop. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in. God bless each and every one of you. And I was very happy that we got to watch this together. We had a lot of people in chat that were communicating, a lot of people that have changed opinions, a lot of good conversation, good debate, which is always key. It's not about us parroting each other. It's about us having a good adult debate about the facts and the issues of a case. And I think we do that very well watching this case. And I'm very happy with that. So I hope you guys are enjoying it. We will be playing these initial videos of the officers because I just want to keep reminding people what he said. What did he say? What did he do? I just want to keep reminding our audience because they're going to be getting into this testimony. Like we watched that stuff today, but they didn't get into those topics. So hopefully by tomorrow, they're going to get into those topics and why we have some downtime or why we have, breaks and stuff like that. We're going to be playing those so we can remind our audience what he said. So if he's deceptive, you will know it. And we're going to keep going through this stuff until we get to the end. Again, there's no right or wrong answers in the chat because it is in the jury's hands. They're the ones that are going to either find him not guilty or find him guilty. And there is a real possibility of having a hung or deadlocked jury. So it's going to be interesting. We're starting to heat up a little bit. You know, the prosecution came out with a slam dunk. I did like the last expert that they had on, the dry eyes guy that talked really dull. He was very knowledgeable, but still, I thought it was very clever because, you know, when it was time for the cross-examination, they were making sure he agreed a lot with some of the stuff that they did. You don't disagree with this findings. You don't disagree with this findings. You don't disagree with this finding. I thought that was very clever because that showed that they did actually get a lot of things right. And that was a very clever maneuver there as they were talking to him. He was talking about how he would have done the crime scene photos and stuff. Mike, keep your pursuit. I love that. I love that. You know, that is, it's exactly what we, you know, if you feel it, stand alone in it, you know, or no, you're not even alone. You got some friends in here that believe the same way as you do. I'm just happy that you guys are here and enjoying yourself and being able to speak and things of that nature. So anyways, guys, I'm tired. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for the coffee club. God bless. And until next time, take care of yourself.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.